Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Jesus, in your name I pray for a very blessed, holy, and sacred day. I pray for a peaceful day. I pray that I lock in, I focus, I get the work done, and that's it. All right, so last couple of days have not been so good. I don't know if it's the heat, sleep, whatever, but got to get my shit together here, and I got to get back. I got to get back to trading again. Working on Loveland stuff, which again, it's not my idea. It's not something that I should be necessarily working on. But I also understand too that if like someone doesn't say, hey, how we're going to do this thing, then it's just going to be an idea forever. And I'm tired of this shit. I'm really tired. we're going to do this. So here's where I am, and here's what I got to figure out today, and here's what I'm working on. So today I got to make sure my objectives are very clear. I make sure that my criteria is very clear. Okay. So this is where I am right now. All right, thank you, God. handsome boy? What's up, handsome? What's going on, boy? Arr, arr, arr. What's up, boy? Doing around, boy? Hmm? Hmm? Doing around, boy? What's up, boy? Huh? What's up, boy? I put this one wrong. this holy water for me. That's good. Mm. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Hello, Hema and Shannon. Just wanted to Hello, Hema and Shannon. I decided to make this PowerPoint presentation in regards to the Loveland vision. Hema showed me the presentation that you both had done several months ago for your Holy Fire sister group. And I asked her what was the follow-up, to which she replied, there has been no follow-up. And so it came to me, maybe I can contribute something to this so that you have clarity on how to actually go about the process of doing this. Now, mind you, I've never built a family compound myself. However, I know that there's a framework to achieving this. And the framework is to think in systems and to essentially manage everything in phases. So this PowerPoint presentation, if you watch it, I think it would be helpful, and I think it could provide a lot of clarity for us. And also, I am putting in a 2-path decision for you specifically, Shannon, because I know that you had heard Hema's vision for Loveland. You had done the presentation together, and I know that your family situation, your life situation has changed as of recently, and so this is why I'm bringing this up. Maybe your circumstances have changed such that maybe there's a greater sense of urgency now to proceed with something like this. And at the end of it, I think there may be a call scheduled. I don't know. I'd have to confirm this with Hema, but I think if there is a call, I think we can ask questions and get clarity, just in case anything was not clear from this presentation and anything is unclear and it maybe it goes against what your vision is, what your shared vision is. Maybe it's the next logical step. Either way, I just ask you to watch through this because I think that we can feasibly make this happen. Maybe not at such a grand scale, but perhaps an MVP, a minimum viable product that proves itself. And we do this in such a way that we're not working 40 hours a week to maintain this, but we work several weeks out of the year and we have 5 to 6 months out of the year off to do as we please. So having said that, Loveland, turning the vision into a real plan, from what I understand it's more like an intentional community. It's a hybrid of like a family compound, and it is something that you're intending to act as a way to cultivate that idea of higher consciousness from the land. And this is what I saw from the presentation. Obviously, I have my own understanding of what a Loveland could be, but I'm not here to tamper or contaminate that. I'm just here to show you that Loveland can become real, but in order for it to become real, we have to treat it as a serious project, okay? So basically what this presentation is asking is, are we ready to begin organizing this now? can we agree on roles, ownership, who's the project manager, who's going to actually go out, do the initial legwork, because it's still going to be work regardless. No matter if you get it started to when you actually have to maintain it, it's going to be work the entire time for the entire lifespan of Loveland. There's always going to be something. Who's going to provide the financial resources, next steps, etc. And also what this presentation is asking is, can we begin phase 0 with clarity? Now, I know that some people may think, oh, phase 0 is just coming up with the idea, but phase 0 is like the initial legwork to them beginning to actually purchase the land and go through that entire process, okay? So we're not asking, hey, do you still like the idea? Does the dream sound beautiful? Should we rush into buying the land? No, it's can we actually really go through that process now and begin this process now? Because again, just to reiterate, I think, Shannon, your life situation has changed. You have 2 grandkids now to take care of. So maybe there's a greater sense of agency for you to do your own homeland. And if we can work together, share expenses, make it easier on us, on all of us, maybe there's a win-win here. So chapter 1, why are we having this conversation? I know that life has changed again for both families. We now need to decide whether our needs and strengths can come together. So building on both of your vision, the vision is going to stay, but here's where I add the structure, okay? So what already exists is you have created the presentation for the Loveland vision. It's great. The vision includes family, community, healing, nature, purpose. And so this presentation is not going to replace that. What it adds, though, is a practical foundation underneath that vision, okay? So when we think about Loveland, when I think about Loveland, I think about the word love itself. It's a very high vibrational frequency. And in order to get to that high vibrational frequency, all other lower states of consciousness have to already be cleared in some capacity. And so this is where we need to think about the basics, which we'll get into in later slides, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We need to consider our food, shelter, water, logistics, and we need to make sure that our cost of living is as close to 0 as possible so that we can focus on elevating to a higher consciousness. So what this presentation is supposed to add is the systems, the planning, the research, risk management, and the project organization. And then a clear, hey, what are we going to do? Are we going to keep talking about this like it's a fantasy, or are we going to actually now take the next logical step? So just want to really emphasize that your original vision is going to stay. It's just that the project structure, how I'm presenting this to you, is what could help make it possible if you choose to listen to what I have to share with you. So where everyone is today, I think there's a shared need for stability in home life. Shannon, for you and your family now, your grandkids, you're caring for your grandchildren. You've had a major family situation which has changed your plans, and you're located in Northwest Florida. Now, I don't know if you have been born and raised in that area, so it would be good to also get that clarity. But I would imagine that you have a network of people around you, right? And those people can know people that can potentially support us to accelerate the development of Loveland. From our side, Sarai has been away from us, from our care since September 2025. We've already discussed that we're going to be relocating to the U.S. And it's as soon as Sarai is back in our care and Hema has her K-1 visa, okay? So we need to know where we're going to go, and that's also part of the intention of this presentation. While Florida is not necessarily on my top bucket list, I am thinking about how can we create a win-win. Obviously, we can do this thing on our own where we say, okay, well, we'll just save up money and then we'll buy a place and then we'll just call it a day after that. We could do that. Or we could say, okay, can we work together to actually create something here that we'll actually want to stay at for decades to come, for the rest of our time here on planet Earth. And so that's what I'm kind of looking at, right? That's what I'm thinking about. Can we figure out something where we can say, okay, this is home. This is home, okay? You know, I've been homeless before when I was like 12 years old, from 12 to 17. And it's since then, I've always been renting, and I've always been staying at a place, renting for like maybe 2 or 3 years. So as soon as I get like settled in, then I just relocate. So I'm tired of doing that. And now with these kids especially, I think it's very important to give them a structured foundation where they have they know what home is, right? They have a stable environment that is peaceful, it's quiet, there's like-minded people, we share the same objectives, and we're working towards the same thing. So what we both share, and potentially also the other people that attended the call, what we all share is perhaps a need for our families to have stability. From Shannon, your family, and our family, we want safety, we want to be in nature, we want privacy, we want community. And either which way, regardless if we go on this route our own or not, it's going to be a lot of work, okay? It's going to be a lot of work. So whether or not the ladies from the Holy Fire sister group decide to not do it or to do it, whether we choose to do it together or not do it together, it's still going to be a lot of work. But what I'm saying is, hey, if we do that work together, can we make this as efficient as possible and provide complementary skills to the table, right? Like Shannon, you probably have skills that I don't have. Hema has skills that I don't have, and I have skills that neither of you have. And I think we can make that work. So again, this is what hopefully we're going to get really clear on for whenever we have that next call. It's basically whether or not you have that need now to say, okay, we have to do something for my grandchildren. Like I need a different place. And I think the last time that we spoke, you were mentioning that you were going to take a couple of months off to live on your own and to basically isolate. And we left it at that. And then when you had mentioned that to Hema that you will take your grandkids, now maybe the situation has changed. Okay. So hopefully maybe we can get some clarity on this. Maybe we know, hey, does this now create that sense of agency that we're talking about? And do we move forward? And why I think it would be good to have a decision now. Because, so I've been doing a lot of research, and I've been interested in sustainable off-grid living since I was 21, 22. Ever since I watched a show called like Doomsday Preppers, it kind of like, okay, yeah, that called out to me. And, I do think right now the timeline that we're in is very tricky. And I do think that we absolutely, like not just me individually, not just you individually, Shannon, but like all people living on this planet, especially in the United States, we absolutely need to think about providing for ourselves. I'm not sure how aware you are, how much research you've done on this, but as of right now, AI data centers are popping up all over America, as well as foreign companies putting solar farms into United States farmland soil. So a lot of available acreage is being purchased now in large quantities. And there's only but so much land available in the United States, which means what? Well, in terms of economics, supply and demand, if there's a high demand for a finite resource, right? There's low supply, but there's high demand, prices are going to go up. And what I'm seeing in some parts of Florida, you're going to be paying at least $20,000 per acre, depending on where you are. Like if you're near the waterfront, you're going to pay quite a bit. So I would imagine that with all these AI data centers popping up, the tech giants of the world can easily buy a plot of land of 1,000 acres for a few $1 million. It's nothing to them. It's nothing to them, but it is a lot for us. So we want to think about that, and we want to prepare ourselves for, hey, what happens when there's land scarcity? What happens when the cost of purchasing even 1 acre of land is so high that, again, 1 acre of land, total land, is different from usable land. So we have to really keep this in mind. So either way, getting back to this is why we need to talk about this now and really think about this now. Solar farms, AI data centers popping up. AI data centers are using up lots of fresh water. So whatever genius created these AI data centers, they're using fresh water that humans drink, from what I understand, to cool down these AI data centers, because they generate a lot of energy, and that causes overheating in these buildings. So you need to cool it. But in order for them to cool it, they're either using solvents or like certain liquids, which again, they're going to be recycled and refiltered and probably go into the oceans and rivers or whatever. I don't know how that exactly works, but I also do know that from the fresh water that they do use, that's creating a severe water scarcity in America from what I have researched. I don't know if you have, if that's the case for where you are. I'd like to know, but from the outside looking in and researching, this is what I'm finding. Okay? So having said that, now is August 2026, and I believe that if we find land, and if we say it's going to be raw land, well, to get amenities or certain utilities, getting surveyors, getting water and drainage, soil testing, and all that stuff to determine where can we put the septic system and all that stuff, because I think like pretty much every single county is like required. You're required to have your own septic. Again, I don't know. I'd have to do more research on this, but from what I've researched is like the building blocks of actually acquiring land, building on it, etc. You're going to need power. You're going to need roads. So even if, let's say, you get an acre, it's not going to be the full acre. It's never going to be the full acre. You have to have like some distance between your house and the main road. And then on top of that, we have to also consider what's usable land versus total acreage. So these are all things that come into play. And we also have to check with the county what zoning permits or restrictions, what can we build, what can we not build. These are all things that are going to play a factor in how we proceed. So therefore, knowing now and planning for this now, not waiting until we're in the United States, would behoove all of us. It will be in our best interest altogether. So that's why I'm presenting this now, okay? Planning it now prevents the pressure later, okay? We have to keep in mind that even for you, Shannon, if you have your stem cell retreats, that is a business model, and we need to accurately create the structure of how that's going to work. So like if you've ever seen the McDonald's movie, Ray Kroc met with that guy that told him basically create a corporation, buy land under that corporation, and then that way the franchise of McDonald's is now a separate entity, right? So you basically say that the land that the burger is cooked upon is now getting is now paying rent to that land. That's kind of like the same concept here. If you have a retreat, in order to have maximum protection for your stem cell retreat, you register your stem cell retreat as an LLC or S Corp or C Corp. And we also do the same thing for the land as well, okay? So the way that it will work is we have the land purchased under an LLC, but then we subdivide for what's personal use versus what's business use. And then you create another entity for your stem cell retreat. So that way, should something happen, you don't get a lawsuit and then your land is taken away, your personal assets are taken away. We have to have a complete distinction between the three. Okay, so this is also something very, very important. I don't know if this has been something you've thought about, but this is something that I've gone through in the process of like forming my own businesses in the past. So we got to think about that. And also, to be very clear, starting now doesn't mean immediately buying. It doesn't mean immediately rushing. It's just deciding if this is real enough to organize and can we begin now. And we probably honestly would not want to do the search ourselves because we want a broker, like a land broker or like an agent, a real estate agent that has a fiduciary responsibility to do all that research for us. So it may be even in our greatest interest to outsource a majority of these things, provided that we have the right budget to do so. Now, moving on to chapter 2, to take this from a vision to a working system, I believe that Loveland only becomes real when the vision is supported by the clear systems, responsibilities, and project tracking. So the way that I see it is like, this is a project. You need a project manager, and you need to apply a framework for getting the project done on time. And this is where we want to use like a tech term, agile project management. We want to have a Scrum board, Scrum master. We want to have a project manager that's basically going to keep us on track with making sure that everything gets done at a specific time to move the project along incrementally. Okay. So for me, I trade the financial markets, and I've been doing this since 2020. Right now, I'm in the process of creating like a lightweight operating system, not necessarily with servers and like Linux or whatever, but I'm creating a system that basically is designed to create a rapid, like a very, very rapid process that's efficient using AI to not only generate a strategy, but it generates a strategy based on my objectives, based on my business plan, and then we convert that into back testing, live incubation, and then we position size to generate income. I'm bringing that up because in order for Loveland to succeed, I see it the same exact way, except that we have dedicated systems for Loveland, specific to Loveland. So whereas Trading OS may have the systems of position sizing, risk management, strategy development, etc., Loveland's systems are water, food, shelter, money reserves, governance, energy, and bringing them all together creates Loveland, right? We also have to have the community aspect here too. So let me actually just put that in here, right? I'm going to write this down, community, okay? So how do we make this all work together as a cohesive, team, as a team, and we're all on the same page? We need the systems. All the systems are smaller systems. The smaller systems create the big system. So they all come together to form that big system, okay? So as I mentioned before, Loveland systems, we're going to need water, food, shelter, energy, safety. We're going to need cash. We need to have a system for how we're going to maintain the land. Therefore, we're going to need working procedures. We're going to need to know our objectives. We're going to need to make sure all of that stuff is like clear from the beginning. And that's where you start. You start with the governance of how Loveland is going to work. And it should not take 9 months. It does not take 3 months. We can get this done in 1 month if we're so incredibly crystal clear and we say, this is going to be it, okay? And I know that's a challenge because, maybe there could be some psychological pressure to say, okay, well, now that's going to restrict me to deciding this and this and this. But I do think that because the United States has 50 states, we cannot just say, oh, where's the land going to be anymore? We have to say, okay, it's just going to be this. It's just going to be this, and we're going to make it work the best that we can. That's my personal opinion, okay? But of course, you can always take the system and apply it to wherever you are, Okay, it just has to meet your criteria. And your criteria, your living criteria, has to be based on your objectives. What are you trying to achieve? And Hema, this is also very applicable to you. What are you trying to achieve at Loveland? I've asked Hema this many, many times, to which she does not have a definitive answer. She wants a community. She's talked about that. And she's gotten very upset in the past over this. But I'm telling her, what does that mean to you? Is community family, or is community intentional community, where you have a group of people that may not be necessarily your blood family, your children, but you have a connection to them, etc. But can you trust those people, right? Can you trust them to do the work? Shannon, one of the things that you mentioned on the last PowerPoint, the PowerPoint slide that I watched, where you and Hema were presenting, you said something super important. And I agree with you. You said the thing about like how, you've been in situations where, no, that was our call. Sorry, that was our call. You've been in situations where like you've done a lot of the work. And like Joy, I think on the presentation mentioned how we're going to make this community work if we do this, because she's been in communities where there has been just one person that has done the work. And then everyone else is just kind of like relaxing and not doing anything. That's not going to work. That is definitely not going to work. And if Hema, your intention is a community, and you have a community of people that are not going to take initiative and be like, taking that initiative and treating it as their own thing, which it is, because it's your land. Everyone has their own land. They have an asset now and they're building equity towards their own asset. Then this is definitely not going to work. So you need to make sure you're very, very clear on what you're trying to achieve here. And in order for this project to work, we need phases, we need milestones, tasks, owners, and deadlines. Okay? That's the key. That is key. We need weekly or bi-weekly progress meetings. And we need to record those and have those transcribed. And we need to make sure that everyone knows exactly what happened. And we need to make sure that everyone knows exactly what they are responsible for. So by the next meeting, we have another progress update. Because when you're working as a team and you're doing what's called a sprint, which is basically like you have like a week to do the thing, to do whatever the task is as a team, you have that week, you have that 2 weeks, whatever. If the team person, like if the one person that is responsible for that does not do that thing, that then prevents the whole project from moving forward. So we have to really understand that, and we have to work together as a team, as a community. So that's a big thing, okay? And then the other thing is too, we need to understand our recorded decisions and our written next actions. So no one can claim ignorance and be like, well, I didn't know, well, da-da-da-da. It's not gonna work, okay? It only becomes real when we have the governance, we have the community, AKA the team, and we think in systems. We think, okay, well, in this phase, what are the systems that we're going to need? What are the tools that we're going to need to accomplish that thing? So in this phase that we're in, we're thinking about governance. We're thinking about like the whole entire structure from a bird's eye view. And then we go down another layer, and then we focus on the next layer of the system. And then we go down another layer and we focus on the next layer of the system. Like it wouldn't make sense for us to think about interior design right now. That doesn't make any sense at all when we haven't even acquired the land, when we haven't even ensured that our living criteria for that land is satisfies our criteria. You get what I'm saying? So we need to think top down. Always think top down. The day-to-day, like living stuff, that is the down. Okay, that is like just the average everyday thing. The top of it is how you structure everything. Now, obviously, you want a little vision of how your day-to-day goes, and you want to think up. But ultimately, now that you have articulated the vision, you've already done that. You've already articulated what it looks like on the ground level from the presentation. Now it's time to think governance, structure, LLCs, land trusts, or common law express ecclesiastical trust, whether it's an agricultural land and you have the zoning for it, which then has certain tax exemptions. So we need to really, really make sure that we're on the same page here. So the project management system is real simple for Loveland. It's going to be a shared system for planning, decisions, and executions. We have objectives. we have tasks, we have owners, we have deadlines or due dates. I know some people don't like the word deadline, triggers them. And then we have decisions, okay? Objectives are, what are we trying to accomplish here? Tasks are what needs to get done. Owners are who is doing it, who is doing the task, and who will be responsible, that we can say, okay, we're trusting you to do the thing. By when are you going to do the thing? And then what happens after that? And what's the decision that comes after that? So Loveland operating system is going to be super simple. It's going to be based in Notion. And again, I've been doing this for a couple of years now. So it's very quick for me to set up a system. Like I know how to do it. Use AI. ChatGPT is like my orchestrator agent, and then have Notion AI become my specialist agent. Design property schema for the entire databases, for the systems, and then we have everything in layers. So I already know how to do all that. That's easy. I can do that in my sleep. And so it's going to track objectives, criteria, research, counties, properties, budgets, tasks, etc. Just to give you an idea, here's what I'm working on. I just drafted this, but this is basically a starting database system for Loveland. And if you look over here, it's designed by layer, okay? So basically what we have here is our resources, our objectives, okay? We have our objectives, like what are we trying to accomplish? We have our criteria, okay? We have a list of all the states, okay? And then we evaluate the state. We evaluate how much of it meets our living criteria. We evaluate the countries and the counties and the regions, and then we have an evaluation method for that. So I've been designing all this just recently. So it's pretty simple to do this, okay? And in there, in that Loveline OS, we'll have the tasks, like a task database. We'll have an owner for it. We'll have an understanding of who is responsible for what. And it's basically like, hey, everyone has to chip in equally. Like there cannot be anyone that's slacking and anyone that's saying, oh, I'm going to do this, but then they never do it. Like that's not going to work, but that's going to require trust. And you have to make sure that you trust the people that you're going to be working with, okay? The working rhythm, as I mentioned, weekly or bi-weekly, depending on our time. And it has to be kind of like an EOS, Entrepreneur Operating System Level 10 meeting, where it's 90 minutes max. We talk about what are the issues, how do we solve those issues, and how do we move forward with it, unless you have a better solution. And the win-win here, just to really like bring this home, is what I'm proposing is an exchange of our strengths. We can accept, even though Northwest Florida, which from what I understand, Shannon, I think that's where you are. I saw a little screenshot of from a text message, and you had highlighted there's a specific section of Florida. I think if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's called the Panhandle of Florida. You're in Northwest Florida. You might be very close to Pensacola, if not there. And so I know that area, from what I researched, is prone to like natural disasters, like hurricanes and stuff. So I'm very curious to hear from you. Like, how do you envision that to work? And also, like, how do you guys prepare for those situations? But either which way, we can accept Northwest Florida as the working location. And if that's the case, and if you're in alignment with that, then I also would say, okay, when we can build and manage this Loveline operating system, I can do the research, the budgets, the coordination, the agreed funding. So every single month we would put aside, we'd pay directly to you so we can pay back whatever loans, et cetera, to get this thing started right now. And of course, when we are there in the United States, we will contribute to the physical work. Shannon, from your side, the win-win is like, hey, if you say, hey, we can begin phase 0 now, you would act as the local lead. You'd attend listings. You contact the local people. Unless you have an assistant, then you can have your assistant just do that for you and only filter out the land that actually works for your needs, and have that assistant report the facts from the ground from being over there. I also know that you had mentioned that you have a investor named Pam, and we would need to confirm whether or not Pam's terms are like, can we meet Pam's terms? Can Pam meet our terms? Like what is the arrangement there? Because I don't really know. Obviously, we'd have to really make sure that we have a locked in search area for what we're going to look at for this land. Meet with the professionals we need to meet with and report everything that we need to online at these meetings. And Pam may offer the seed funding for the land. I would imagine that she wants some sort of equity or interest paid back to her. So we also have to figure that out, how that works. I would imagine that Pam may be able to offer the funding for your starter home, Shannon. And also too, from our side, Ham and I, we've discussed this, and we are willing to say, hey, let's contribute to you, Shannon, to get the land and get your home set up. And then you help us in exchange get our place set up, right? So we help you financially and with all the planning and all that stuff, get your place set up, and then you help us afterwards, okay? And we'd have to be very clear and talk about that and make sure that we're lasered in on what the expectations are, if that's something that you're interested in, right? Because if you're saying right, big if you're saying you need a place for you and your grandchildren now, that's what we would be willing to contribute, okay? But obviously, like, we need to make sure that it's financially feasible, and that's why we need to work out the numbers, like where we're looking at, the cost per acre, how much total acreage, how much usable land acreage, etc. And from Pam's side, we also need to make sure we have the actual clear amount, the distance rule, the terms, and expected return. Because from what I heard from before, it was like 200 miles of where she is. Now it's 100 miles of where she is. So I don't know. Okay? So we got to get real clear on that. The other things, these unknowns have to become part of phase 0, which is like really making sure that, okay, we're going to say yes to this and we're going to commit to this thing. And so what we still don't know is everyone's role. Are you ready to begin now, Shannon? What work can you realistically handle? Like, what's your day-to-day life right now? Also, we have to be very clear with what our day-to-day life is right now. So I have to work on trading, and my contribution is that I can work on making sure that you're super organized with this operating system, with this Loveland OS. I can make sure that you're super organized with that, and we can meet up and say, okay, well, this is what you have to do, da-da-da-da-da. And then you have your assistant go out, check out the land, or you check out the land yourself. You say you like it, okay, we like it, and then let's proceed from there. We make sure that our values and expectations are compatible, right? We need to make sure that we have the same objectives, because as I was drafting my objectives are very different from what your objectives or Hema's objectives may be. So we need to be super dialed in there. In terms of money and ownership, we need to figure out how much could Pam invest if she were to invest in this. Shannon, I know that you mentioned that because of all the stuff that happened, all your savings are gone. The same thing happened with us. And so what I'm thinking and what I'm wondering is, can Pam purchase the land and help you get set up, and then we pay her back together a certain amount, right? So if we help you get your home set up, we help you get everything set up for you and your grandkids, can Pam invest that initial thing, or do we need a down payment? Okay, because if we need a down payment, then I would have to talk to Hema, but that would likely cross out Florida for me personally, okay? So we have to be very, very clear on our expectations. We also have to be very clear as to whose names are going to go under the LLC, What I'm thinking is that Pam, as an investor, because I understand from that business side as well, if she gives someone money that doesn't know how to actually grow and make a return on their investment, it's going to be a sunk cost to her. So we may have to do something where Pam is on the LLC and Shannon, you as well. And then only when the debts or the investment has been paid back to Pam, do we then take her off the name of the LLC, and then we put our names on it and we go from there. We have to figure that out. We have to do the research, the logistics, but that's all figure outable. All that stuff is very figure outable. It's just, is there the willingness? Is there the yes? Okay. That's it. In terms of land and business, how close must the property be to Pam? Again, we have to get very clear on that. Is it 200 miles? Is it 100 miles? Is there any specific reason for that? Is it more of like a tax thing for her? Or is it more like she wants an actual place to live on as well? So we can talk about all of that stuff together. And the other thing too is I was researching this. It seems like Jackson County, I don't know if that's in Northwest Florida. I think it is. So you need to confirm that. But I think Jackson County may have land that meets our criteria. May have land, okay? The other thing too, in terms of like financially recovering from this, I know that you have the stem cell retreat. I don't know if you're aware that even if you have a stem cell retreat, for every time that a guest stays overnight, you're going to have to pay a hotel occupancy tax. So that's a completely different thing. So you have to make sure that your margins on your business, on how you're pricing things, is adequate such that you recover. You can not only host people that you need to host, but also pay all the taxes associated with running a retreat business and then make profit. And again, I don't know how willing you are to do that. What's your expectation of that? But that's something that we can also talk about as well, because I have a different business model as well. And we can see if we can do both or we can do one. But for me, at this stage of my life, I realized, okay, there's that interview with Elon Musk that came out like last week with the economist. And maybe it's him telling what's actually going to happen. I don't know. But if it is true that by 2036, there'll be no such thing as money because AI robots, hardware, will outnumber humans 2-to-1 or more, then labor for goods and services is now so cheap that you can just produce it en masse through AI. So there may not be money, okay? So we need to ask ourselves, do we want to be living this lifestyle where we're working constantly? To which my answer is absolutely not. I've been working nonstop since I've been 17 years old, and I'm tired of it. And I want to live a life where if I have to farm and then have 5 months out of the year to do nothing, but the profit that I make from the farm on the pick your own farm as a business model pays and helps me break even on the land, then I would much rather do that and live a very stress-free life. So that way I can live that love land vision and live by those love land principles. You get what I'm saying? So we'd have to really talk about how many acres, how many total acres, how many usable acres, how many acres usable does whatever business require. You get what I'm saying? So we have to think about all those little things, okay? These are all little things that would come with phase 0, okay? Because again, after that, we would need to begin the structuring and all that stuff. Next chapter, what love land must provide. Before choosing the land, we have to understand what the land and community are supposed to accomplish. It should not become an unplanned group of people without rules. It should not become a financial burden with no income. It should not become a public business that destroys families' privacy and a place where people benefit without contributing. I think from what I'm hearing is that this has to be equal work amongst everyone. And I totally get where Joy was coming from and where you were coming from, Shannon. Because similar to you, I've been that guy or that kid, that student in the class where if there's a group project, I'm doing like a lot of the work. And then the other kids just show up and then they talk. Right? So that's really fucking tiring. And so I need to make sure that the people that are going to be doing this are sincere and they're about it. And yeah, that still remains to be seen, right? Anyone can create a presentation. Anyone can, do all this stuff. But when it actually comes time to actually doing it, that's a completely different story. Completely different story. So what Loveland is, again, this is your vision. I'm just telling you the systems and the structures, and I'll just leave it at that, okay? But for me, my main thing, if Shannon, if you say, no, this doesn't sound right to me, this is not how, fine, no problem. For me, my version of Loveland is a very simple family compound where I can raise my kids, be a father, and take care of my responsibilities as a father, which is to take care of these kids. That's it. That's my goal. I want them to grow up in a very safe environment. No drugs, no alcohol, no abuse, nothing that would severely impact the course of their life. I want my kids to grow up living a completely different life from me as someone who is, I think the term is trauma informed. I don't want that for them. I want them to be having as normal of a childhood as possible, where it's boring. They basically see grass grow and they can be kids and they can play and they don't have to be forced to grow up and listen to a whole bunch of nonsense from the outer world that clips their wings and tells them what their version of reality is because they're stuck in consciousness. So I want my kids to feel free to grow, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually, without having wounds, childhood wounds, where they're going to spend the rest of their life trying to figure themselves out like I had to. So that's my thing. And if we can accomplish that at Loveland, okay, fine. I'm all for that. But my main thing is making sure that these kids have a home, they have the food, they have the nourishment, they have the education, they have everything that they need, so that way they can fulfill their dharma here on earth. That's my thing. And if it's at Loveland, cool. What I understand Loveland has to accomplish, it's got to support daily life. It's got to support like your average every single day. It has to be a permanent environment where like everyone that lives on there feels safe. And this is something that Rhoda mentioned. I think that's her name, Rhoda. She mentioned like, hey, like, what is it going to be like for people of color like me in a certain area? Maybe there's, hate groups or racist groups or whatever. I don't know. And I don't know how it is in Northwest Florida. I do not know. When I think about the South, coming from New York City, from Brooklyn, I already have my preconceptions or my whatever. Maybe it is a misconception. Maybe it's just a poor judgment. I don't know. All right. So I would like to also understand that as well, to understand the climate and the political climate, not just the weather climate, but just like the political climate, the people climate, the climate on all those levels. Because I don't know. I've never been to Florida. All right. Never been to Florida, but I'm willing to make it work. So Loveland has to be as safe of an environment as possible, right? No one is ever truly safe unless you feel safe inside. I know that. I understand that. So it's not like anything outside of me can provide me safety. That's delusion. But I need to make sure that I have the ability to be self-sufficient and self-reliant enough that I can make the best choices using the knowledge and information that I have as now a parent to 2 children, okay? Which means I need to be able to make informed choices the best that I can, despite limited expertise in the areas of medical, education, etc. So my vision, make sure that these kids are homeschooled, make sure that these kids, especially Soraya, she's got the medical stuff that she needs if it is a severe, life-threatening situation that puts her life in imminent danger. Okay? Because otherwise, my intention is to make sure that they understand that they have the capacity and the ability to heal themselves and that they do not need anything outside of them. Okay? That is just dependency, and that is not what I'm here to teach them as a father. So as I said, that Loveland has to accomplish the ability to provide water, shelter, food, and not just any type of shelter. Okay? If there is such natural disasters that happen in the northwest region of Florida, we need to make sure that we have the proper, whether it be an earth-bermed home, okay, so an earth-sheltered home, or if it's a home that is rammed earth, but very durable construction material. And I know that you mentioned that to Hema, that you know people that basically sell dome homes in that area of Florida. I don't know if it's tornado proof or whatever it's rated for, but if it's for $5,000, then you can get yourself set up very, very fast. And we can cover that bill together in 1 month, and you can have your home set up in 1 month. In 1 month time. So I don't know. This is why we need to talk. We need to communicate and collaborate if this is something that we're going to do. The other thing too is protecting the future. We need to make sure that the homes, my intention is to make sure that I have something to pass on to my kids so that my kids always have a place to call home. Okay. Now I know that Loveland for you guys is an intentional community. My understanding of what I'm trying to do, if there is no Loveland, is a multi-generational family compound that my kids can inherit. My vision would be to have land that my kids, once I die, they inherit it. We can all have homes together. So this is why I'm really emphasizing having a good relationship with them now. They can build out homes when they're older. Same thing with you and your grandkids, Shannon. Enough land so that way they can live on 2 or 3 acres. We live here on 2 acres of land, but it's not usable. Total acreage is 2 acres, 8,000 square meters, 1.98 acres to be exact. But usable land is very, very different. So on the usable land, we're probably on 1 acre or less. And we've got 2 structures. The structure here, which is the house, which is where, we sleep, cook, etc. There's a barn to the right of us, but the barn is abandoned. And we can talk about this later, but I have ideas of creating a barn that basically we create an A-frame on each 2 acre or 3 acre plot of land, and we build an A-frame barn. The A-frame barn houses solar, and we also have a separate rain harvesting tank. Now, once again, we need to check with Florida state rules and county rules if rain harvesting is legally permissible. In the state of Texas, there's actually a law that is supporting rain harvesting, but other parts of the country do not. So I don't know if that's the case for Florida. But either which way, we do not want to depend on the municipality for reasons I explained earlier, which is these AI data centers, they're consuming fresh water. And what's happening is that the fresh water is now being contaminated. So we have to really, really, really do our homework here. And that's research, that's time, that's energy. But this is what I would imagine. We need to make sure that all these basic needs are met. And that brings me again to now Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So in order for us to go to the top of that pyramid, which is purpose, right? So being more self-actualized, self-realized, we need to build that foundation first. And that foundation requires us to have those basic necessities met, our basic needs met. And I think that this is what Loveland would accomplish. The community aspect of like-minded people, the water, the food, the shelter, the sense of safety, the sense of community. The Japanese calls it ikigai, right? What's your sense of ikigai? And we have the company lifepurpose.com, and basically when we create content, we pull out research, like peer-reviewed research. And the peer-reviewed research basically says that when someone knows their ikigai and they have a sense of safety and belonging and they have their basic needs met, they're going to live longer lives. They're going to live more connected. They're going to care more. And that also helps them realize their potential, realize their dharma. So if we do this together, if we really build with these principles in mind, I do think that this would achieve that vision of Loveland, right? Going to a higher state of consciousness, etc. Because your higher vision, from what I understand, is a place for love, healing, community, purpose, service, personal growth. And it's presented through a spiritual lens. May not necessarily be scientific, but we don't care about that. We're focused on your vision, your guys, both your vision. But we need to make sure that we have the foundation first. And also on that note too, we talked about the, in 2019, Hem and I, we were traveling all over the world, and we did a world tour where we went to the United States, and we went to, I think, Missouri, and we had found out that like the Native Americans, and I didn't know how true that was at the time. I had researched it, but apparently the Native Americans had cursed certain parts of the United States. I mean, that could explain certain things, that could explain why certain things are the way they are in the United States. But either which way, if we're talking about a land of healing and you believe in the whole, spirits and ghosts or whatever, afterlife, maybe there are souls, maybe there are entities that are trapped. And Loveland, as a land of healing, that healing first begins in the ground and then it permeates out. But in order for us to achieve that, again, we have to make sure that all the basic stuff that we need to do that kind of work is done. Like if you're saying like you want to be a full-time that thing, that's what we need to really make sure is structurally like incorporated as the foundation, so that we don't have to worry about money, we don't have to worry about water, food, shelter, etc. And we work together. And also think about it too. If let's say for example, Shannon, like the stuff with your retreat, for whatever reason, it doesn't generate as much income, or it takes you longer to get clients, and there are some months where you're without income. Wouldn't it be great to have an alternate source where we have maybe a community pooling in resources to make sure that the land is covered, so that way, hey, you know what? Even if let's say it's taking longer for you to generate income and build your business, you still know that you're financially protected. You know you won't go through a foreclosure. The government won't seize your property, because everyone else in the community, we're working together to make sure that we all pool in and we help to make sure that everything is covered. So even having a reserve fund, like having a treasurer that manages the finances, very, very important. And what we can do to make sure that there's trust embedded into there is we can create what's called DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. Not necessarily exactly, but we can create something where there's open transparency of who has contributed, the transactions, the ledger, etc. So we can do things like that. Land criteria. In terms of the land criteria and what we're looking for, again, we need to make sure that the criteria matches our objectives. So again, this is why it all comes down to you guys being really super clear on what you want to do. Because once you're clear on what you want to do, is this a family compound? Is this an intentional community? How many people are going to live there? Then we can say, okay, now we know how many acres does every house get? How much land do you need for your business? How much land do we need to do something like a food forest, et cetera, et cetera? That's how it all becomes super possible, but you have to know your objectives. You have to know your criteria. What I'm thinking is, for us, we've already mentioned strong parental rights. That's a big criteria. And I think Florida, you have a parental bill of rights. We need homeschool freedom, because I'm not going to take my kids to public school. Not going to do that. And that I think Florida, you guys have very low regulation homeschooling. Great. I don't know how the crime is in Florida. And I don't know how it is in the northwest region of Florida that you're in. But from what I researched, it's like there you have a population size of like almost 4 million compared to South Florida, which is like 18 million. So the majority of people that live in Florida live in the southern part. The northwest part, I think you have like military bases. So we also have to make sure that we factor in terms of like noise pollution as well, right? Like I don't want to live in a place where I'm hearing gunshots going off, or I hear fucking, the Air Force flying their jet craft or whatever constantly. So we got to really think about that. In terms of medical, pediatric care for Sarai, vision support for Sarai, we need to make sure that we are within a certain distance to provide her that medical support should she need it. I also am aware that regenerative medicine is coming out, right? So I'm quite certain that it will be possible at some point in the AI era that Sarai's lenses are regenerated. And maybe even Shannon too, because you're in the stem cell field, maybe you know something about that we don't, that you can then share information on, and how we proceed with restoring Sarai's lenses. But I'm quite certain that that's going to be possible very, very soon. Don't know when, but whatever. Either which way, that's our criteria, okay? In terms of property, well, that's the thing. 50 to 100 usable acres or more of land, that we need to factor in, okay? That we need to really think about, because it doesn't make sense to have a love land 50 to 100 acres and then you gotta maintain all that stuff, okay? Property taxes, from what I understand, are valued on the valuation of the entire property's homes included, unless we subdivide early on. We get a huge 50 to 100 acre parcel, but then we subdivide it. But even still, that's a lot to maintain that stuff, right? So how are we going to do this realistically? Therefore, we need to know who is absolutely committed, who is absolutely like, yes, I am absolutely committed to this thing. We have to know that first. We need to make sure that we have proper road access, water, buildable land, space for the homes, food, animals, workshops, and businesses, okay? The other thing too is we can do some sort of like a land conservation type thing where we can get recognized as like land conservationists, but we have to meet certain criteria and the structure will be permanently fixed to that. So we have to really, really think about that stuff. But I saw a couple of videos on this girl. She basically bought a land in upstate New York, 6.74 acres, Sarasota Springs, I think it was. And she basically created a habitat of like milkweed for a specific type of butterfly to go there and lay their chrysalises. I think it was called the monarch butterfly. So they go from Mexico to US, and that's basically like their thing. I don't know why, but I'm sure that it has something to do with the diversity of the eco-diversity and like how the environment runs or whatever. I don't know. That's beyond me. But we can do something like that as well for Florida, okay? Where we have a certain plot of land, and that plot of land basically is feeding wildlife, right? So we intentionally do not cut down or mow down weeds, especially like milkweeds, and we have a whole forest of just wild growing agriculture. I guess that's the best way that I could put it, on that land, such that insects, bugs, and other wildlife can inhabit that land. And then we get a tax exemption for that. I think that's how it goes. Or if not, then we can also do farming, but we have to make sure that we do a zoning for the farm that we have the agricultural zoning for. And that also reduces property taxes. But again, this is what we have to really get clear on. Is it a farm? Is it a ranch? Is it a compound? Is it a intentional community? Is it a land conservation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? The other thing too, with the land criteria, we need to have an affordable total cost. Like, let's say if, for example, Shannon is saying, hey, I can invest $600,000 into your thing. We do not want to spend $100 we do not want to spend 100% on just buying the land. That's crazy. We need to allocate like 10%, or X% towards the entire investment amount, because there will be unforeseen costs that we have to know that we're never going to know about until we actually go through the process. And we need to make sure that we are prepared. And we also have the fastest route possible to turn a profit on the land, but not in a way that like it takes advantage of the land, but it creates a harmonious relationship so that the land takes care of us and we take care of the land in exchange. At least this is what my thinking is. Reasonable taxes and insurance. From what I understand about Florida, you guys have super low property taxes, like 0.74% or something like this, which is great. But you guys now have to pay other insurances like homeowners insurance or like hurricane insurance or whatever. And that could add up. So we could easily be looking at like, even if there was like zero cost, zero like utilities or anything like this, we have food, shelter, water, all covered because we have created this environment, this Loveland, self-sustaining environment. We could be looking at like $3,000 a month in insurances and in taxes. So we got to really think about that. And in terms of, again, the business model, Shannon, I know that you have your stem cell retreats. Great if it's a consistent thing. We would need to also like, just for our knowledge, like, is this MRR? Is this ARR? Like, what's your monthly recurring revenue? What's your annual recurring revenue? What are your profit margins on the thing? Because if we're going to allocate a certain part of land to that project, to what you're doing, fine, no problem. But we just have to make sure that we justify the acquisition cost of the land in order to run something like that, right? Because if, let's say, our budget is 10% of whatever Pam is ready to invest, then we have to think about like how much land that is, how much usable land that is, and how much of that land would then go to your thing, to your stem cell thing, versus how much could go to building a food forest where we have like a pick your own farming thing where we can run Facebook ads, TikTok ads within a certain geographic region for the cheap. And then we can invite people to the farm. And from there, we could basically have like 8 weeks of work where we just grow the crops and then people come in. And I've seen so far from that business model, there's a couple that basically did a pick your own farming business model on 5 acres, and they were able to profit over 100K. And they have 5 months off out of the year. Now, I'm not the smartest here, but in terms of like the amount of work that I'm doing currently and the amount of time, I think that's a fairly good deal. If we say, can we create a business model, work together to make this actually work, and then have that take care of the entire line, all the expenses, so that people don't have to work. So people don't have to work at all. And then you can focus on the higher consciousness vision. Just me putting that out there. All right, chapter 4. Where could Loveland be? I'm sorry this is taking so long. Hopefully we have to about chapter 8 here, but I'm going to speed through this now. Where could Loveland be built? I have done the research on this. And again, it's conditional, right? Like if, let's say, Shannon, you're not up for it and Pam is not going to invest in it, I probably wouldn't choose Florida, honestly. But if the stars align here, then obviously Northwest Florida would have to be the working option. But there are only specific counties that I think would match the criteria. And you'd have to correct me because I don't know. This is the research that I've done. Northwest Florida might be considered because Shannon, you already live there. You have knowledge about how, the climate in many different regards. You have your investor, Pam, who says, hey, maybe we can invest up to 100 to 200 mile range. You can begin working on the project now, okay? So that way by the time, because my residence permit is going to expire here in May 2027. And I told him, hey, look, I'm not intending to come back here to Austria. For my kids' sake and for us being parents and raising our kids the most harmonious, peaceful way possible, Austria doesn't cut it for me. So if you start now and you have an assistant working with you now, and if we work together now, you, me, Hema, etc. now, we can make this process easier. and we can make sure that, even your assistant, like if you have an assistant, all they got to do is just call up certain places, get certain information, okay, and then you go out, you view the land, and we can organize something. We can figure out a workflow, is what I'm saying. We can figure out a workflow that is as simple and straightforward as possible so that you're not overwhelmed, you're not burdened with a lot of work. And this will be, by the time I get there, then I can help with all that physical manual stuff as well that will be required for living on a love land. Okay. The project wouldn't start where no one knows, right? So from there, like you have like a working foundation, because Shannon, you have a community of people. So that could be a win, right? That's why we would consider it. Florida may not automatically win though, if it doesn't meet every natural preference. And again, this is why I'm saying this as well. Florida is not at the top of my list for specific reasons. One party consent being one of them. So I'm not saying that like I'm not going to not choose Florida because it does not have one party consent, but that is something after the experiences that I've had here is incredibly important for me, especially as we have to navigate the legal stuff here in Austria. Okay, because there's been a lot of he said, she said, slandering us, and it's like it's just their word being taken as the gospel. So I don't appreciate that. And because Austria is such a small country, you'd have to go to the ECHR, to France, and that could be a 3-year, 4-year process. Our daughter, Serra, she's already 1. She's almost going to be 2 in a couple months in May, right? So time is flying. And for me, it's not worth it to do all this stuff. I just want my daughter back. I want to take my family somewhere where we just be parents and we can just enjoy the time that we have with them, because we don't know, right? And this is the main thing that I'm bringing this up, is because, hey, look, we don't know what life brings us. We don't know what every day brings. And I want to make sure that, hey, even for your grandkids, I don't know them, but I know that, hey, being a kid in today's world is not the easiest thing. There's a lot of confusion. Give them the best childhood. Let them be kids, So this is where I am. The other reason too is Florida is more flat. It doesn't offer mountains. That's something that we also are looking for as well. And also too, Florida could be prone to flooding, wetland, hurricane, and other insurance risks. And the full project, it still has to be legal and affordable, right? So we need certain things to line up. And if it doesn't line up, then okay, whatever, not attached to this thing. So in terms of the land, Jackson County is the first county worth testing. And the reason why is because, again, back to the data centers, AI data centers are popping up all over the country. Jackson County, from what I understand, has placed a ban on AI data centers. Jackson County, from what I understand as well, is more like agricultural and farming, and the population is very low, so there may be more farmland. But again, I would expect that because AI data centers are popping up, maybe people that are trying to live a homesteading, quiet lifestyle already are going to find out about this. Therefore, the property value, the cost per acre, etc., we may start to see it go up even more after this. So we have to really think about this and not give it too much time to incubate the idea, but to actually take action on it. Other search areas from what I'd researched: Mariana, Cottondale, Alfred, and Campbellton. I don't know if those, you have to confirm that. I don't know. But I also think there was a Santa Rosa County. So there was Jackson County, and then there was also Santa Rosa County or something like this. From what I understand, we want to be more inland, even though it doesn't necessarily protect us 100% from like hurricanes and other natural disasters. But we want to make sure that we have something here where we can prepare for those kinds of events. Should they happen, whatever. In terms of why it's promising, inland Northwest Florida could potentially help us with getting the entire Loveland set up. I don't know, again, about the rain harvesting restrictions or anything like this, but this all has to be sorted out phase by phase. As you can see, I'm not the best talker or presenter. I think a lot, but I just think in systems. And so I hope this makes sense. If it doesn't, again, this is why we're trying to schedule that call to really organize this and talk about this. What Jackson County and Florida have to prove for us, like equally, the location has to prove that it's within Pam's actual driving distance restriction. There's enough genuinely usable acreage. It's elevated enough and well-drained built areas, right? So we want to avoid any types of flooding. We have limited wetland and floodplain exposure. The property has to have the legal road access, several homes, septic, water, insurance, internet, farming and business use allowed, hospitals and specialists accessible, and private family areas separate from visitors and businesses. So again, we would have to buy a huge plot of land and then parcel it out, okay, or like subdivide it, then decide like, okay, who's going to get how much based on the whole thing. Again, being here, what I can see is if you got 5 acres of land, hypothetically, and you wanted to house 2 people, one person would live on less than 1 acre, another person lives on less than an acre, but we're surrounded by trees and forests. And you have that perimeter around the property for the road restrictions and all that stuff, right? Because I think you have to be like 50 feet away from the main road, your house, or something like this. So these would be the things that we would have to plan around. But if, let's say, we were to do 5 acres, 2 people, very likely 3, could easily live there, and then the rest of the acreage could be for food forests, etc. So something to ponder on. The other thing too is in terms of speed. If, let's say, Shannon, let's say this is something that is interesting to you and you want to explore, okay, cool. But there's now 2 options, right, in terms of like speed and how fast we get there. Is it going to be raw land or is it going to be ready land? So if, Shannon, you're saying, oh, I need to urgently move to this place, then your best bet is ready land. If you're saying, hey, I can wait, but we can begin the process now, then we can explore raw land. Raw land gives more freedom, and you can, we can plan out every single acreage and how we're going to use everything. Whereas ready land, you're looking ultimately for a home. But again, you'd have to make sure that you can legally subdivide that land to then build out other parcels. So these are super, super, super important things. Super important things. Chapter 5, can the project work financially? So here's the thing. If you're trying to do the Loveland, if you're trying to really manifest like a higher consciousness type of land, I would imagine that you need to make sure that all the human-based needs are basically forgotten about. So that you can comfortably ascend to a higher consciousness. So Loveland, you probably want to establish a business on it. Some sort of business where it's either the farming or it's the retreat thing or both. And you have something where the community can work in there, help, so everyone is equal, so that literally everyone just works on that thing and that pays the whole thing, so everyone just basically lives for free. That's basically it. So that you can now focus on the higher picture, the actual love land vision. Okay. And all this is basically getting all the lower vibrational stuff cleared up so that you can focus on that love land vision. Okay. That's the whole point of this. So the economics of working together, I think we would have to say, okay, if you're building a home, you're going to have a lot of costs. But if you do it together and we work together, we say, okay, it's not just going to be self-preservation, me. If we say, okay, let's help you get set up, Shannon, then you help us get set up. Then you help person 3 get set up. Then you help family 4 get set up. Everyone's contribution now becomes significantly less. And one home is already pretty financially difficult, and you're relying on one income, one salary. But if we work together and we say, okay, every person that lives on the land works like 15 hours a week on this business, on this thing, you've already cut down your work time exponentially, number one, from a 40-hour work week, or even in some cases a 50, 60-hour work week. Number two is it's a community-based business, so everyone has equity in it. And then the other thing too that we also have to think about as well is that we are moving into an era of AI robots. Okay, Tesla Gen 3 should be available to the public later this year. Okay, robotics is increasing its efficiency at rates people could not imagine. Every single AI robot is now being specialized to do basic tasks. So think about this for a second. We could effectively decrease our work hours or our working time if we work together on one or two key businesses and we really go super lasered in working together. We turn profit, we buy robots. Those robots we can then program and outsource ourselves, so that way we have literally, let's say if we're doing a food forest, the robots would take care of the food forest. That now reduces our time commitment to working to zero. You have an AI generalist like me that can easily create working procedures and the systems and etc. to get the AI to work together and to take care of the land. You then have all the time to do whatever it is that you want to do. Your food, shelter, water, all the systems, maintenance, all outsourceable to AI, because AI can make the phone calls, AI can do all that stuff. It could do all that stuff, and it will. It will get there. I'm quite certain. I'm quite certain it'll get there. So, in terms of the economics of working together, this is what I'm suggesting. Okay? I have, since I was 23, 22 or something like this, I've been building businesses. Now, granted, yes, I have not scaled a business to 7-8 figures and sold it. Correct. The missing element is team, and the missing element is systems to sell a business. So I have that experience now, and I have that understanding and the knowing now that that's what you would do. So if we were to actually execute this Loveland concept, we would create an exit in mind. Okay, so this is something that Hamad told me, hey, well, what about the exit? This is something you've always talked about, the exit. Yes, you would have an exit in mind such that if, let's say, this no longer fits, we figure out a contingency plan to successfully exit or liquidate the entire project, okay? So that means that hopefully whatever we have invested into it, if we do it right and we develop the systems, we have the marketing systems, everything for one specific business or even two businesses, it's really just a template. You just apply the same template, the same framework to every single business. That's all it is you can sell it for a 5 to 10x or more multiple. So if the valuation of your stem cell business is, $1 million, 5 to 10x or 15x multiple, if you want to sell is going to be 5 million to 10 to 15 million. So we can figure all that stuff out. But either which way, I think it is beneficial if we not only get this stuff set up as like our own personal thing, right, where we live there, but we also have a business component to it where if we all work together, like 4 or 5 people on the land, work together, build the business, maybe even it's just your business, right, because it's already proving that it has cash flow, hopefully, is we just say, okay, we're going to work on this. We're going to help you however we can. And we're going to make sure that we get it to being as fully automated as possible so that way the work effort becomes basically near zero. You're already turning a profit. You're already getting clients. That business can then feed and to just basically pay off all the costs for Loveland. That would be the most logical thing for me. That would be the most logical thing for me. You get all your time back. And everyone basically contributes just a specific amount of time. It is significantly harder to build a one-person operation, and then you're trying to scale that on your own, than if you have a whole bunch of hands helping you, and everyone has a different set of skills that actually makes the thing work, and then you actually can then pay them in the form of taking care of the land, so no one has any bills. You know, but this is my thinking. This is what I've observed. And this is from my experiences of doing this stuff myself. And I could tell you, like, if I had something like this, yeah, I would consider it for sure. But it doesn't have to be the stem cell retreat thing. It could be the farming thing. It could be a dark retreat thing. It could be whatever. Whatever it is, I'm suggesting we have some type of business on there to basically drive down these costs even further. Now, that's not to say that it's just we're going to rely on the business. No, I think there is a phase where you then transition to the business stuff. But the first phase is everyone has like a certain amount of cash that they contribute at the beginning, whether it's like a lump sum up front or it's like a month-to-month thing where you're paying month-to-month to own. And if you go to like LandWatch, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like to buy 1.6 acres on like the coast of Florida, it's like $20,000 for that 1.6 acres, but you can pay as little as $189 a month to own it, basically. So you're renting to own. And we can do something like that for whoever is at Loveland. In terms of the funding and the starting home proposal, the first funding priorities are the land, the closing costs, emergency reserves. For sure, you need emergency reserves. And that's why, again, if Pam is really like going to be your investor, you don't want to use more than X percent of whatever that budget is for purchasing just, a whole bunch of land. We don't want to make, that would be basically financially suicide for us. We don't want to do that. We need to think about all the other expenses. And we also want to make sure that you are, Shannon, as we can get you as quickly set up to your stem cell retreat business if it's already proving profitable. Because obviously, if you're generating 80K MRR, if you're generating 80K MRR and your profit is 40% of that, your net profit is 40% of that after all these expenses or whatever, it would just make sense to help you get all that stuff set up so that you can continue to do what you do and you can scale what you do. That this is my thinking. So this is what I'm proposing. We help you get set up, then you help us get it set up. Okay. So this will be your starter home, your land, your business, everything like this. And we do our best to help contribute to that. But we must answer first, how much can Pam provide? Under what terms? How much can we contribute? Which again, we can talk about this and we have a certain budget set aside every single month that we can then contribute to this as well. So, it's not like you're footing such a heavy bill on your own. We can work together to do this. We have to talk about what's going to be financed, who approves spending, what if the costs rise. We should be expecting land to rise significantly in the coming months and years. as we know that more AI data centers and solar farms are being plopped on usable farmland. So that's going to become a huge issue very soon, as well as expenses for groceries. That's going to be a huge, huge issue very, very, very soon. I'm sure it's probably already an issue now, but it's going to be even more of an issue before 2030. So we want to definitely make sure we have our own food source and all that stuff. We also have to ask, can PAM's investment satisfy a full build? And can we begin immediate payments to the investment? How the land can pay for itself. One simple income test before scaling. Possible income sources, again, stem cell retreats. I probably would not do, I don't know. I don't know. I think the stem cell retreat is probably the best thing to do, Shannon, not for nothing, because if you have already the demand, you already have the clientele, that's probably going to be the easiest to transfer over. And that's where I would start first. And I wouldn't try to do too much. I honestly would not try to do too much. I would try to do just one thing incredibly, incredibly well and scale that to the best possible capacity. That's what I would honestly do. Once that has been proven, once you have the systems in place, and it's like you can step away and you actually have a real business where you can actually step away. You don't have to service the clients. You don't have to market. Everything is already taken care of. And you can then, like, if you could sell it at any moment, if you want to, that's when you know you have a real business. That's when I would suggest then we go to farming and agricultural products. And that could be in the form of pick your own farming, which probably would be the best thing because I've already researched that people that do like those farmers markets, you not only have to grow the food, you have to wash it, prep it, you have to transport it, versus if you have a pick your own farming model, you can have a subscription membership for everyone that wants to actually come to the farm. So someone pays like a yearly subscription to come to the farm whenever they want to. And then basically they go to the forest, they weigh it, and then they have to take it home themselves. They have to wash it themselves. So pick your own farming. And there's also other costs and there's other time involved in having a model where you're going to a farmer's market. So I probably would avoid the farmer's market. I would focus on pick your own farming. I would start like a simple YouTube channel. And then I would run ads. I'd make shorts, a whole bunch of shorts. And, you know, Hema could tell you, like, I already have a system for creating endless amounts of shorts. So we can create endless amounts of shorts if we really wanted to, promoting the farm, and we can make evergreen shorts. We can make long form content on the YouTube channel, build that up and have it underneath the entire company's social media. So that way, should we need to sell it, now you have proven marketing funnel, and that makes it significantly easier to sell. Because that's what most companies want to see. Like, do you have, like, are you doing the thing? Or do you have money? Do you have cash flow? Is it liquid? Do you have all the systems in place? And can someone just take over and then have the thing running and going so that they don't have to do any extra work themselves? And that's why you'd pay a 5 to 10x, 15x multiple. It's the same thing like a house. When you buy a house with land, the reason why you're buying the house is because it's already done for you. You don't have to go through all that process. You could literally be moved into the place within like 1 to 6 weeks, versus if you're building from scratch, from raw land, like a startup, you could expect to be, I could take you months, you know, up to 18 months to be exact. It could take probably even longer, depending on the county. I wouldn't be surprised. So it's a process. But either which way, the MVP rule that I would suggest is start with one simple business first. Confirm that its legal, customers will pay, which you have already done. You want to track the real cost and the profit. You want to make sure you know what your margins are. Okay. And maybe you'd even want to consider marking up those margins such that, let's say, if you did have a team of people to scale it, to get your time back, those margins, the markup will cover, costs of labor, humans to, be employed, or even AI robots. So that way you can offset that cost and you can still maintain the same profit. And then reinvest and add more only after there's proof. So yeah, I would start with the sum store retreats, and then only once that's proven, I'd then go into pick your own farming or any other type of model. But again, this is where you want to reserve enough space for that. And like I said, over here, we have 2 acres of total land, but what's actually livable and usable is different. So from what I'm seeing, 2 acres is more than plenty to have the land, the barn, and then enough privacy. Is it as private as I want it to be? No, but private enough to where it feels like I'm not like I know what my neighbors are talking about and doing, okay? Just to give you an example. Right, because the eventual income needs to help cover taxes, insurance, utilities, maintenance, repairs, improvement, staff, and some family living costs. Now, moving on, chapter 6, how would we work together? We need to have clear ownership, responsibility, governance, contribution rules that protect both the project and our relationships. So, again, I know it's like, who is this guy talking about all this stuff? This is just from what I've seen. You know, I know that you and Hema, that Shannon and Hema, you guys have a good relationship, even though you've never met in person. Shannon, you seem like a trustable person, even though I've never met you. And I'm hoping that assumption is right, or that judgment is right. But we don't know, right? We don't know. So we need to make sure that our roles and our responsibilities are super clear, and that there is that level of, hey, I'm going to honor my commitment, and we're going to make sure that we have the right legal structure and the contracts to make sure that we follow up on that commitment as we said we would. So every important responsibility needs an owner for anything that we're doing, any task. Local and investor roles, that might be you, Shannon, doing calls. Again, you can replace yourself as well with an assistant. You do calls, viewings, photos, contractors, estimates, relationships, physical reporting, PAM, possible seed funding, distance rules, expected return, review of budget and plan. All that stuff can be very easily put together. That's not an issue. And we can present the entire business plan and the executive summary, the financials, which is most importantly what an investor wants to know. How am I going to get my money back? How long is it going to take to get my money back? Will this actually be a profit, considering inflation and how the value of the dollar continues to lose its worth as each passing day happens? So, these are all little factors. In terms of the vision and systems roles, Hema, she came up with the vision, although it's not really so clear, but she would have to come up with, the governance and things like this. I can participate in terms of that Loveline operating system, the research, the budgets, the risk. Basically, I would do my best to make it as easy as possible so that Shannon, all you'd have to do is either you or your assistant goes out, views the land. If it meets all the initial criteria, because we're not going to meet up with someone, ask them all these questions in person when we could have just messaged them or called them, and we could have just asked these questions in a very simple template format. So therefore, we need to know our joint criteria, okay, and our joint objectives. In terms of governance structure, again, we need to treat this as it's not just my thing. It's not just this person's thing or that person's thing. If you treat it like a business and everyone has equity in it, everyone is responsible. Okay? So we need to think about distributed leadership, transparent work, and shared accountability. So in terms of the governance, I don't know if you ever heard of a decentralized autonomous organization. We don't want to necessarily have that, from what I understand, but we want to have that kind of framework and that kind of transparency. We want to have a legal ownership structure that's very clear and transparent. We want to have written agreements. I think you mentioned that before, Shannon. Written agreements. We want to have distributed authority, recorded decisions. So therefore, having meetings like community meetings, and it's recorded and it's there and it's digital, and it's stored on a drive where we know the entire thing that was said, etc. We want to have all of that. And we want to have the right financial controls. Okay? The decision hierarchy, in terms of like personal life, that remains personal, right? Personal life remains personal. But in terms of like how the whole thing works together, that's where we have to really come together and we have to be in alignment. We need to make sure that we have the right operating teams that can make the routine decisions within an approved budget. So we need a treasurer, we need an operations manager, project manager. We need to think in that kind of way, okay? And these, whether it's a business or whether it's Loveland, it's still very transferable. We need to make sure that our major shared expenses require group approval. So if we have, let's say, like a reserve, we need to make sure that if someone is proposing an idea, we're all in alignment of what that is. And there's a very clear explanation and nothing is like left to be interpreted, okay? We need to make sure that we understand who is the owner of what's the debt, membership, land sale, mission changes that need the majority ruling on that, or is it like a unanimous decision, right? So we need to make sure that we have some type of way to govern ourselves. And we also need to make this in such a way where, like, you don't want just like a CEO. You want to make sure that like everyone is the CEO in a sense, right? That could be a little bit difficult. And I think maybe there's always that one person that is the lead. But in terms of like everyone feeling like there's equal, that's where you have to make sure the voting and everything, because they're like shareholders. That's the best way to put it. It's like you're a shareholder at a major corporation, right? So when you are a shareholder, you get to say, we don't want to make sure that someone has like majority equity to get majority say, but we want to make sure that everyone has equal say and it's like you can vote, right? Like, and so if you think about it like a real DAOs, I think they use tokens to vote. And so like whoever has the most tokens gets like the highest thing on the vote, I think. So we definitely don't want to do that, but we need to figure out, and we can figure out like a trustable structure where like trust is embedded into the governance because we all agreed on it. And it's not like because someone had more money than another that because they had more money, they have now more say, or if they have more tokens, they have now more say, but it's actually equal because we all have equal equity because we've all done our due diligence to make sure that our financial contributions and our working contributions and our time contributions are equally respected, if that makes sense. And on that note, in terms of like fair contribution and accountability, the goal is to be fair, right? Not necessarily identical tasks because everyone has different skill sets, but we need to make sure that our contributions include financial resources, money, work hours, whether it's like childcare, administrative, skilled labor, equipment, professional knowledge, or other agreed contribution. Invisible work should also be tracked as well, right? So like the time that it took me to do the research, I've been interested in self-sustainable living since I was like 21, 22. And I saw that show Doomsday Preppers, right? I've been preparing for this for over a decade. I've been making sure that like I understand like all the little things that need to go into this. I'm not necessarily going to be building this thing myself, right? But I'm making sure that I know all these things, right? So this is all like research that I had done, the time that it took to make the presentation. If something breaks down, who has done what, right? We all need an accounting of that. And that's why I think like, if you're going to do this with Loveland, we should have a thing where it's like, we have to take like money out of the equation as much as possible, I think. And especially if we move in that direction anyway, like if the whole world moves in the direction of no money, like I told you with the Elon Musk interview with The Economist, imagine there's no such thing as money. Then there's no such thing as money, right? Like you're not going to say, oh, you owe me this, you owe me this. And that's why I think the community aspect is good because we're trying to embed that and prepare people for that from day one, if that makes sense. We also need an accountability system. Every task has to have an owner, backup, deadline, completion standard, proof, and missed work process. We need to think about also too, like what happens if someone is just like, I don't give a shit. Like I'm just going to try to skate and like coast through. Well, then we need to figure out like how to have an exit for them, right? That's a very nice way to put it, but in other words, it would basically be like, okay, well, we need to let you go. We need to let you go, because what you're doing is you're not thinking in terms of unity consciousness, like what affects me affects you, what affects you affects me, and we're all one. And if that person is not thinking in that way, myself included, then there shouldn't be any room for someone like that at something like a Loveland. So, in other words, we have to avoid the most common intentional community problem. One person works while the others benefit. Like I don't see that as a possibility. If there's work to be done, there's work to be done. Moving on, chapter 7, the roadmap from today to Loveland. Obviously, you can't just build everything at once. We have to move through clear gates, one phase at a time. Okay, so if let's say there's 4 phases to a gate to move to the next level, right? Like if we try to gamify this, you're not going to skip certain phases. You have to go through each level of the game to beat the game. Okay, each level of the game is going to have like a boss. At least this is how I remember it from like a Super Mario thing, like as simple as possible. And after, let's say, one world, you have like 5 levels to one world, which are the phases. You have a boss. If you defeat the boss, that's the gate. You move through that gate. So I think about it in this way. We have certain phases and we have to move past those phases. There's no beating, there's no obstacle, there's no war, there's none of that stuff. But there are phases where we have to do things in succession. We move through those phases, we clear those gates, we move on to the next thing until we have an actual reality where we live at Loveland. And so the full roadmap from what I'm understanding is this phase right now. We have to decide on who are the people, what's the mission, values, the funding, the roles, the ownership questions, the criteria, the budget, the search area, the shared decision. Phase 1, the county research, the properties, the scoring, the viewings, the water, flood, septic insurance, legal and financial due diligence. Then move on to phase 2 and phase 4. And these 4 phases, even though it's like really, really jam-packed, these will be like the 4 basic phases where we know, okay, 25% of this is done to 100% getting to Loveland. Phase 2 would be like securing and mapping the land, establishing the water, sanitation, power, internet, roads, maintenance. Phase 3, the first home base and daily life test. This is where you would fit into that, Shannon. And then phase 4, Shannon, this would be your one MVP business. Okay? And I think you already have the demand. I think you're already generating profit. So this would be, I think, the most practical roadmap. I think. Forgot what I was going to say here, but let's move on. So what beginning now actually means, it means committing. It means confirming Pam's interest, the amount, the terms, the distance limit. Oh, that's what I was going to say. What I was going to say here was, in terms of phase 0, the people, the mission, the funding, the values, the criteria, and the budget. You have those ladies from the group. Some of them expressed that they were interested. Some of them filled out the forms, I think, and I don't know what you guys did with that. And I think Hema had mentioned that some people don't have, let's say, necessarily the financial resources to contribute. That could be fine if they become like the assistant and they do the manual work. You get what I'm saying? And they're reliable enough to do that work. So if someone doesn't necessarily have money, that I don't know if that necessarily excludes them from participating in a Loveland, but I do think there has to be some type of like an upfront contribution, whether it's like, okay, well then you'd have to do this research, you'd have to call this person, you have to do all of these things, and we have to be accounting the time and the hours that you worked at this thing. So that was what I was trying to say here. In terms of beginning now, we need to draft up a first budget. And again, it really would depend on like that investment from Pam, her interest, what she's expecting, what are the terms, and then defining, can she provide the cash up front now and then we pay her incrementally so we get this thing going fast? Or is she expecting a down payment? Because then from there, we might have to say, okay, well, if that's the case, neither you nor I have the down payment. All of our savings have gone towards personal related issues, as we know. And we would then have to say, okay, well, that's a nice idea for a love land, but maybe then we just have to really just think as tiny and micro as possible. Just putting that out there, okay? But either which way, we need to figure out that first budget, search area, land type, and first realistic business model, which I think would be your stem cell retreat thing. And then adjacent to that would be a personal use food farm for the entire community. How the work would begin before May 2027. So from the remote side, I would build the Loveland operating system. You'd have a complete list, like project management style, to know who your owners are, what are the tasks, what needs to be done by when, due dates. I can do, meeting recordings, transcription, all that stuff, which again, that takes time, but I would use AI tools to help me accelerate that process. I do the research on the counties, the laws, zoning, water, flood, all that stuff. I would build out the scorecard, the budgets, the financials, all that stuff, present that to you, right? So we need to also understand how to read cash flow statements, statements of income, balance sheets, all those core essentials, and how we're looking to generate a profit so that you can please your investor, Pam, and make sure that we are sticking to our word and not just giving her hypothetical nice to haves, but actually giving something where it's like, okay, we want to make it as no brainer as possible. Shannon, while you're in Florida, the idea would be that you contact the counties, agents, sellers, or contractors. Again, this could be you, Shannon, or this could be your assistant, right? So let's say here. Okay, just to make that real clear. It could be you or it could be your assistant. It doesn't matter. Someone would have to do that like groundwork to actually check out the land, make sure what's total land versus usable land, make sure that there's no wet land, just have all that stuff. Like even, what's it called? A FEMA flood map to make sure that like the area that we're in is not prone to like excessive flooding, so on and so forth. All right, moving on to the last part right here. So thanks for staying with me. Chapter 8, the decision and the next steps. So the purpose is not an immediate purchase. Just to be very clear, it's a clear decision about whether we begin the process together now or not. So there's two decisions, and this is again why we're bringing this up right here. We need to understand where you are, Shannon, and what your expectations are. Because I remember the last time that we spoke, what I gathered was you're interested in the Loveland, but you do not want to be doing all the work yourself up front. Totally understandable. And you wanted to like take some time off to like be by yourself, and that's perfect. But now your situation has changed a little bit, and we're now getting closer to materializing our exit, Ham and I and Regis and Soraya. So we're now getting closer to materializing our exit, is what I'm saying. And we want to make sure that when we leave here, we know exactly where we're going to go. And I've told this to Hema, hey, look, if Shannon is on board, then okay, let's proceed with Florida. If she's not on board, then okay, then I'm going to have to say I'm not going to be able to do Loveland right now because my priority is thinking about providing stability to my kids, okay? So that's where I am with this right here. And this is why I'm sharing all this. It's either going to be, Shannon, if you're really wanting to do the Loveland, let's figure this out now and let's come to an agreement now. We will agree to Northwest Florida as the working location, but we have to make sure that Pam is on board and what are the terms. And we also have to make sure that you're okay. And we have to make sure that all the work and what is required is understandable and it's agreed to upon each party. Because otherwise it's not going to work. Okay. And we need to make sure that like the legal structuring is correct. And, as like good faith, we can start from the beginning, 50-50, or whoever else is on board with this, equally divided up into whoever is on board to set up an LLC, put their names on the documentation. And now you have an LLC. The LLC buys the land. You set up another LLC for your company, for your stem surgery company. And then we move from there. Okay. So that's just an option. Or option B is, hey, we're going to have to postpone the project. If you're not ready, timing doesn't work, terms don't work. Okay, fine, no problem. But if that's the case, then I'm going to have to focus on that family compound vision for these kids. Okay. So it's either Loveland. Yes, now we do it, or you're going to have to postpone it, or I'm going to have to postpone it, or Hema's going to have to postpone it, because I have to focus then on getting a down payment, making sure that I save up and all the cash that I would have used for the Loveland to go to making sure that we have that family residence set up for these kids. Okay. And of course, you're free to, even take the concepts from here. Like it really doesn't matter. Take the concepts from here to do your own thing. That's fine. I really don't care. It's just, hey, it's going to be work either which way. It's going to be honestly a lot of work either which way. My thinking is it's better we do it together than to do it alone. But that's just me. Okay. So make a mental note of this and let's come to a decision as soon as possible. I think there is a phone call. that Hema is organizing with you soon. The purpose of the call, I think, should be to follow up about this presentation, answer questions, correct misunderstandings, hear you out. What are your concerns? Clarify everything, because otherwise we're just going to be talking without actually presenting a solution and saying, okay, well, what's the next step? By when are we going to say yes? Because that's the thing with your presentation, Yeah, people were interested, people filed the form, but now what's the next call to action? What's the next step? We have to drive everything down the next sequence of events. So better to have like a follow-up call. We know our next sequence of events. We have that organized, and then we go from there. Okay. And then also too, in terms of like the grace period and the final response, after we speak and we clarify everything and we say, okay, well, does that make sense? Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, fine. Then we say, okay, let's really hash this out now. If that's the case, great. Then we move forward. If not, then we're going to, respectfully like go our own ways on that idea. But we should have a like expectancy, not 7 days necessarily, but should be enough time to where it's not too much time, but enough time for you to make the best decision possible for you and your grandkids. And also the same thing too for us and our kids. So wrapping this up now, thank God, is after seeing the vision, timing, systems, land direction, costs, responsibilities, governance, phases, and risks, are you willing to begin phase 0 for a shared Northwest Florida Loveland project with us now? Yes or no? The 2 paths as mentioned. Yes, if that's the case, we'll begin with phase 0, the agreement and the planning and all that stuff. If no, then we're going to just say, okay, now's not the time. Let's go a different route then. Okay. Let's go a different route. And thank you so much for watching. I know this was a lot, but hopefully this was clear enough and we all have that clarity moving forward.